Not too late. Come on. Oh, we're gonna start with this. Why is it Ludovico Einaudi with Gamboy? That doesn't make sense as a playlist. Hi, Chibi. Hi, Lorenzo. Hi, Anna. Hello, hello. Hi. Hello. I'm a different person today. I'm a completely different person. How are you doing? How did you sleep? Hi, Sarah. Good morning. Good morning. Hi, Meta. Hello. Oh. How are we feeling today? How is it going? Did you expect me to be blonde? Did you expect me to be blonde? You dumbos. Okay. Nope, I really like. Thank you, words. I appreciate you. Hi, Jake. Same as it. They're not the same as yesterday. Mom, stop making fun of me. Good morning, Sandro. Stop. Hi, Chesira. You have hope there's something crazy. It is something crazy. Come on. It is something. Come on, it's something crazy a little bit. I really, really like the hair. Hi, AVJ. Hello. How are you doing? How is it going? Wait, let me do the. Let's do the tweet and all of that. Okay. Today I also have to contact back the people that are gonna join me for the trivia. Hi, Arya. Hello. Hi, Ethan. Hello, hello, people. I think that now they're not that crazy, like, because they're like, oh, like, how's it called? It's my very first time that I do them, like, wavy. I never do them wavy. Thank you, Chichi. Appreciate you. I never do them wavy. Come on, give me some wavy. Hi, Clade. Hello. Hi, Sof. Appreciate you. Appreciate you so much. Wait. Oh, my phone is almost gonna die. Wait. Okay, let me change this. Mommy don't know that it's getting hot. Not a body show. Wait, let me do the tweet. Mommy don't know that it's getting hot. At a body shop, doing something unholy. Oh. Let me also say good morning to TikTok. Oh my god, yesterday something very funny happened. Yesterday I forgot to turn off TikTok. Wait. Yesterday I forgot to turn off TikTok. So like while I was at the hairdresser, I had to call my mom and ask her to turn it off. And I was on the phone with her, and I swear, the communication with her on the phone on how to do these things, it's so complicated. It's so, I bet you, you were tricked, debated. Like, someone heard it and they were like, oh my god, that's funny. But because like I love her, but she is like, I was telling her, just press on the red button, all right? And she was like pointing the camera over here, and then the mouse was there, like, and mom just pointed at the right place. We always have this issue in the morning, if you remember, right? We always have this issue. I don't know why. Okay, now it should be better. Now it's better, right? Talk about Tibet, and those servers would have shut the stream down real fast. Wait, what? Talk about oh my goodness. Alright, let me fix this. Mommy don't know that it's getting hot at the body shop. Oh, by the way, a new video is coming out today about the conversation that we had with Primagen. If you are struggling with the ADHD, if you would like to be working for Netflix, if you are working, you have like troubles in like having a good equilibrium between, how is it called? Between work and life balance, check that video out. It's really, really nice. New video, thank you. Yes, go check it out. Even if you don't care about it, would be very, very appreciated if you put like a like, you started to share it, you comment something, and also you like you watch it through, so you can put it on the side if you want. You just mute the tab and you just let it go through all of the video. That's a huge way of supporting chat. You have no idea. A huge one. I appreciate you if you do. Wait, I have to do the debated. Wait. Oh, that's a mess. Can I have a place that is not too messy? Nice. Debated. Is the video blazing fast? What you mean is the video blazing fast? What you mean? That's what we do? Is that what you actually do? Hi, Pyombo. Good morning. Hello. How are you doing? Let me finish to do this one. Not TV. Let's study. Emmy. We got it. Zuckerberg and Gates and Buffett, amateurs can fucking suck it, fuck their wives, drink their blood. Come on, Jeff, get 'em! Rua! Rua, thank you so much for the 4 months. I appreciate you so much for that. Welcome back, baby. Happy 4 months. Appreciate you very much. I really do. Wait, I forgot to do something. It's to me. Wait. Okay. Oh, I fucked it up. Oh, I don't want to do it all over again. Can I just do this? Okay. Maybe I can fix it, chat. I don't want to do it all over again. Doctor, what the fuck? Thank you, Meta, for the 100 BDs for the training. Dr. Octavius. What the fuck? Doctor, what happened? What the heck, chat? Can we chill? Can we please chill? Hello to you! What is that? Doctor fucking hell, thank you so much for that. I didn't even have the time to choose what we were going to do. I was looking for like camping so we can go there and like have a camping in real life, like with like live. But I'm trying to find something that will be cool and I cannot find anything. Oh, we need the music, Paul. Doctor, thank you so fucking much. What was that for? Have a beautiful day. We're already on the level 6. Oh, what the fuck is happening today? What is going on? I will not cry. I will not cry. I will not. Doctor, thank you so much for that. Thank you so much for that. I really. A stream started like this, it became an emotional stream. No. Okay. Classic orchestra.
Have a good day, everyone.
Renato, thank you so much for the 100 BDs. What else? What other music are we listening to? Classic orchestra, Minecraft, Final Fantasy, organic house, beats. I was like, beats? What? Stardew? What else? We're missing still two. Doctor, I'm still shocked. I don't know what the fuck for a 25. People, if you received a gifted one from Octavius, please say thank you for Dr. Octavius. That's such a jet. Octavius, are you okay? Man, you just dropped 50. 50. Please, someone don't cry. I am trying. I've been on the edge for 2 days. Wait, thank you for the 100 BDs again. What? Octavius, what the fuck? Chad, if you've received one from Dr. Octavius, please say thank you. What the heck? Doctor, thank you so fucking much. You have no idea how much that means. You have no freaking idea. Your pass has expired. Thank you for the 200 videos. I think this is a record. Man. I have... What the fuck? Dr. Octavius, thank you so fucking much for that. That it's way too much. Send him Christmas card. Yes. It's not Remember Monday. I know, but like for like 11 minutes in. Don't. Hello, Marocco. Good morning. I'm trying not to cry. Doc, that's generally insane. Thank you so fucking much for that. Really. Chat, can I please see love for Dr. Octavius? That I don't know what's happening this morning. I don't know what happened, but I appreciate you. You can make fun of me so I don't cry. No, I don't want to cry on the other way, you know? Yeah, for real. Anyway, welcome to the train. We haven't even had one tomato yet. No, don't call it. So I put in the poll for the music of the next tomato. I put classic, orchestra, Minecraft, Final Fantasy, organic house, beats, Stardew Valley. Am I missing something? No, not the other way. No, I mean like crying like in a sad way. Am I missing two more? Lord of the Rings. Right. Something else? Jazz. You're right. No! I hope you like the alert. Octavius, what the actual fuck? Man, those are 65. Please, no, stop. Please, no, stop. Shit. Doctor, it's completely fine. Please stop. How about to beat your last record? Shit. Man, we are... I don't... We are 2 away from 100 and 1,100. 1,000 and why can't I even say the number? Octavius, thank you so fucking much for the 65 early in the morning. God, chat, please send them as much love as you can. What the heck? Thank you so much for the support. I don't want to cry. I don't want to cry. I appreciate you so much for that. I really, really do. I really, really do. Don't cry, baby. Thank you for the gift that want to be. Don't cry, baby. You are genuinely insane. You are on another level. You are on another level. Goodness. Zeko is in chat. We can start to be toxic again. We do have a poll. We do have a poll. Where we, here you have there you go. Here you, no, not again. Not again. It's for the, oh, Octavius. Oh, Octavius, thank you so much for the gift and one more chat. So we are at 1,100. I cannot even set goals because chat, I didn't even put the next goal because I don't want it to have stop. Please stop. Please stop. Doctor, thank you so much for the 66 now. 66. I appreciate you for it. I really do. That's the point. You didn't even choose the activity for the 1K and now we got to 110, 100. Please stop your breaking this thing, man. Do a big goal for 1+. I was thinking about taking you to camping somewhere, but I don't know. I don't know. I have to find a place where there is also internet so we can all go turn on a fire and all of that. I'd love to do that one. I'd love to do that where we cook in front of a fire, we do marshmallows. But the point is I have to check for the internet. I know, yeah, exactly that, Gaetano. Doctor, thank you so fucking much for that. $69 sounds better. Doctor, the point is when I said, oh, thank you for the 66, I was like, fuck, please make it that they don't realize that it's close to 69. Please make it like they don't realize that it's close to 69. Doctor, what the heck? Doctor, thank you so fucking much for the... Doctor, thank you so much for the 69 gifted ones. I appreciate you. And again, if you've received some gifted ones from Doctor, please say thank you for this crazy, insane generosity. What the heck? Gee, we have a clear winner on the poll. I don't know. It's Luckish. No, there isn't because of the haircut. There isn't because of the haircut. Fuck, chat. Look at this train. Oh, Renato, thank you for the 100 videos. I appreciate you. Chat, thank you so fucking much for the train. I appreciate you. Dr. Octavius, I don't know. I don't know what to say. I don't know what to say, really. I appreciate you. I appreciate you very, very much. Oh, my goodness. Oh. On Saturday, you are at the Nuremberg markets. Yes. Yes, I am, Mario. Are you also gonna be there? Is it to do? You got many subs since it faded away? Oh, no. I am actually gonna get... Oh, for my blonde hair. Thank you for my blonde hair. You cannot imagine me as blonde. Maybe I can get a wig that it's blonde. Maybe I should get like a blonde wig. Shit. Not that I... Or is it because I was on time today? Is it because I was only 10 minutes late today? Is it because of that? I'll take it. I'll take...
That's a fresh one.
Fresh out of the box. They destroyed the sounds, but... You are subscribed now for 3 months in advance? Now for 3 months? You're trusting me that much? Holy shit. Thank you so much for that. Your pass as expired. I appreciate you so fucking much for that. Welcome in. Keep them sleep. Sleep them. What's going on? Milky, thank you for the gifted one. What is going on, chat? What is happening? Hi, Game Really. How are you doing? Welcome in. I don't know what the fuck is happening. I don't know. 10 minutes is being on time. Trenitalia approves. Kubo, hi. Hello. Hello. Oh my goodness. Milky, thank you for the gifted one. Shit. Just what do you want? What can I apart from I know you want me bungee jumping or skydiving. Let me write it down. Noted. Apart from that one, what else would you like me to do? What else? What shall we do? Let's go to Maldives. Shit, what? Play League? Oh no. Rio de Carnival. Oh my, imagine. I'd love to. Milky, thank you so much for the gifted one to Enrico Mosca. I appreciate you for that. I appreciate you for that one. What are you doing? Are you gifting to the ones that are writing in chat but I have no subs? Milky. Thank you for the gifted one to I'm Tabby. I appreciate you. Oh, do you just like the song? Oh, bungee jumping is great. Dr. Octavio said that bungee jumping is great. Fuck. 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 Oh, okay. You like the music then. But I cannot go bungee jumping. I cannot go bungee jumping. Okay, pottery stream sounds amazing. Cooking with the subs sounds even better. I'm doing good, Milky. How are you doing? I'm not. No, you're not blonde. No, I'm not. You're smart. You're smart. You can jump just before me. Oh my god. Okay, if I go bungee jumping, am I gonna go? If Camila, my best friend, comes too, and I can like hug her. So in worst scenario, I die with her. If I die, you will not jump, would you? Sounds good. Sounds good. What am I on today? I wanna finish the trivia thing because I wanted to have like a before all of this madness happens with the subs. Thank you, Dr. Octavius. I actually wanted to talk to you about the trivia. I wanted to tell you I wanted to say something kind of emotional, all right? Kind of emotional. And it's me putting myself on the edge because I don't like it, but shit, it's gonna be difficult. Anyway, oh, Pito, please stop the madness. Let me see. Sorry. Yeah, Fabri, I've no idea what is happening. And then I received the live notification, so I guess I'll work more. No. JV, go sleep. JV, go sleep, all right? I'll try not to scream. Are we gonna cry? No. We're not gonna cry. I just wanted to tell you that I want to do the trivia, but I am in that situation where I want to be... I want to... How do you say it? I want to take responsibility. I'm not take responsibility, but it's more like I am trying to play down the how much I care about the trivia because I'm scared that if it goes bad, then I will feel bad about myself. So I'm more like, Yeah, I'm not gonna work too much on it. I'm just gonna, just do it. Nah, like, that's, um, and but at the same time, I had a talk with my therapist, and she said, "Well, if you don't believe in it, who has to believe in it?" Fair point. So I'm gonna tell you that I'm very excited for this. 2K, we're going to Taiwan. Yes, we are. But I just want to tell you that I'm very, very excited for this Sunday that we're gonna be doing the trivia. I already contacted. There's gonna be half people that are coming from the chat and half people that are like streamers that I know that are friends of mine. So we can have a mix of people in between. And I'm very excited for this Sunday. I'm very, very excited. I should already start thinking about that. Oh, Fabri, oh no, please don't trigger them. Please don't trigger them. Anyway, are we a squad? What do you mean? Are we a squad? Oh, no, you're all against each other. All against each other. I'm gonna send today, I think, the people. I'm gonna today ask the people that I was thinking. Because I wanna, like, the reason why I ask you what is your language, your first language, is so then I can have, like, different nationalities in it, you know? Oh, no. It's gonna be fun, I promise. It's not about being dumb, it's just about having fun, trust. Hi, Marty. What are we gonna listen to? Oh, shit. All right. A day that started very well, it's gonna start... I'm joking, don't hate me. Il concetto della progressione urbana migliore non appartiene alla poesia della letteratura, alla poesia originaria. Dario, you copy-pasted the message that you wanted to send to your teammates in the wrong place. You copy-pasted in the wrong place. Get it back and send it back to the right person. I'm gonna... Oh! Cheater for whoever might need one. No cheaters. No cheaters. We can do a team trivia. I think that we can do a team trivia. It's okay, Dario. It's okay. No worries. It can happen to everyone. It can happen to anyone. You're in top 3 ETA? What do you mean? Anyway, shall we start to work? You have the answer to the first 2 questions. You don't know the first 2 questions. What? No, comic, not today. Am I in love? Not at all. Sorry, estimate comic. Thank you so much for 17 months. I appreciate you so much for it. I really, really do. I fucking love you guys. I really, really do. You see me differently? Well, maybe it's the hair. I'm in top 3 streamers of Twitch Italia for the month. I don't think so. I don't think that's possible, Jake. Anyway, shall we get to work? Should we start to do something? Because of the Viper Games Week? I'm not yet. Hey, it is not blonde. It is not. Okay, no, don't say no. Don't say no. Do the check in and then do exclamation mark mood. All right, so you get to select your mood for the day. All right. Why is Mimi saying fake on TikTok? You good? What the heck? Oh, we have also a wheel. Oh shit. Okay, I'll spin the wheel real quick. I know what you want, Ari. I know what you want. You can ask me for it. You can ask me for it. Oh, that was so close, Arya. Oh well, Ari. What story do you want me to read to you? Ari, what story do you want me to read to you? Ah! We're starting right now. Sorry. Sorry. Ah! Anyway. People, I'll check in with you in 45 minutes, okay? Be good, everyone. Bye. You don't want it. No, not I found this. Hello. Oh, thank you for the reminder, Arya. Nice, nice. How are you doing, people? How is it going? Did you watch the video? Did you watch the video? How did you like it? Hi, Kaza. Hi, Daria. Hi, Joy. Hello. Let's talk about my back never touching the chair. I never stay like this because, like, I feel like this chair doesn't have like a good lumbar support. Like, you see, like, I don't know. It's never. Actually, it feels good. Actually, it feels good. It's not terrible for my back to stay front. I'm just like, as long as I'm straight, right? It should be okay. You're upset at the part where he roasts me for my agenda is cut? Alright, okay. Orchestra. Jazz. Stardew Valley. Beats. What else do we need? My tomato went very, very well. What about yours? Gatto che fuma, thank you for the likes on TikTok, by the way. Animal Crossing. All right. Oh, organic cows. What else? What else am I missing that I already put there? I'm doing good, Janine. How are you doing? What am I missing? What am I missing? Oh, Lord of the Rings. Okay. Well, you have the poll going on. You can vote there. And we also have a little story for Arya. Arya, do you want to say a number from 1 to 101? So at least I say a title. You don't? Am I gonna choose for you, Ari? Am I gonna choose for you? I'm just gonna go like this and just whatever he stops on, it's yours. Do you want to do it like this or do you want to choose your own one? You pick. In any case, we're gonna read a story, so you know. Do you do study with Booze? Do you do? Hope your studies go well. 27. Good job, buddy. I like that you fell in. Okay. 27 is... let me read you the title and let's see if it resonates with you. It's actually a very short one. It's a very, very short one, okay? So, the title is Be Where Your Feet Are. Mantras that will remind you that your life is happening in this moment. Are you feeling stressed? Are you feeling anxious? So later I'm gonna tell you a lot of like quotes that you can use to put under your Instagram pictures. You can use them in your Tumblr description. What if you don't have feet? And yeah, that's what is gonna happen in the next tomato. So you're safe for this one, alright? You're safe. You're safe. Tumblr, what is this? 2013? Listen, Arya, you don't make too much fun of how old I am because you are safe, JJ. Yes, you are safe for this tomato, just for this one, just because it's a little bit too late. But have you watched the video? So have you watched the video that I published on YouTube, the one with Prime? I also published a little clip from it. So if you have struggles, like you already know what is gonna happen. Please note that the pain be over now. Wait, what? How can you ask this? What do you mean? I mean, it's fine. Like you can have like a lunch break whenever you have a lunch break. If you could, you know, like share, comment, all of those things, that would be a huge support. It was your way of procrastinating? No, that's not the way you should do it. No, not that way. Not that way. Too early for lunch? Alright, then whenever you're gonna have it. Every day should make someone smile, but don't forget that you're someone too. I like that one, Becky. I like that one. Delayed torture. Shut up! You like the story time. You like it. Shut up. Worse than kids when they have to take the cough medicine. Oh my god. Ah! Why would it be a sad lunch? It's a nice video. It's a nice video. Yes, you are. Yes, you are. No, you don't. Oh, no, you don't. No, you don't like it. You do. I'll go to eat during next break. Okay. Okay, Meta. Nice. Nice. What am I having for lunch? I haven't decided yet. I haven't figured out what I'm gonna have for. I look stylish. Oh my god, thank you. Should I wear this at the Milan Games week? I'm trying to like plan the outfits. And most probably on the 24th, you will see me struggling because I have to, make the entire thing, the entire outfits, all of that. So this could be an outfit, even though it might be cold. Is it? I always have a problem with shoes because I don't because of the fact that I don't go out very much. I don't have many shoes. I have the new boots, but I don't think that this style with the new boots would work. It would be a little bit too much, maybe. What about Vans? Is it bad? I always get insulted by my mom when I want to wear Vans. So but I feel like here it would fit, right? Is that okay? Vans are cool. What do you mean Vans are lame? Vans are so good. Would you need? I don't need many, but that's the point. Vans are the best. I agree. What do you mean okay-ish? They're so cool. Yes, JJ, Vans are cool. Oh my god, I plan for the next next year goal having JJ dress up as a new person, dress up as a Gen Z. We're gonna get Jalfer to get either Vans, tall ones, or the Converse, the whole star Converse. You would have such a good fit, such a good style, JJ. You are already quite stylish. All right. JJ is a Gen Z. He's so close to it. I love Dr. Martens. I also have those ones, but I don't have the short ones. So Vans scream little dick energy. I mean, we don't do size shame here. You're wearing CEO Gang t-shirt? Oh, then you are stylish. Then you actually are stylish. So, well, actually, if you are planning to do a Christmas gift to someone and you want them to pass the exam, we have the merch, and the merch actually, they make you pass the exams. It's proven. Anyway, do you know Blue Distribution? No. Tennis clothes. Yeah, exactly. It's in the vibe of study time, right? Anyway, people, I'll check in with you in 45 minutes, okay? Be good, everyone. I'll check in with you later. We're gonna listen to what? Wait, what are we listening to? Oh, Lord of the Rings. All right. All right, I'll check in with you later, people. Be good, everyone. Bye. Welcome to the break. How are you doing? However you are doing, now it's gonna be better. Simone, thank you so much again for the raid. We're gonna see. I'm not muted. Shut up. Oh, you are muting me. No, stop it. Stop it. Don't vanish. Listen, if you're new, you don't know what is happening. Chat is like a kid. Alright? Chat is like a kid. They know that these things are good for them, and they're like, oh, I don't want to hear it. I don't like it. And at the end, they're always like, oh, actually, it was not too bad, you know? Like with the medicine. Same. Why are you trying to wake up Pera? No, wrong one. This one I wanted to turn on. Are you the old G or just the new mean G looking like the old one? I'm even meaner. By the way, Simone, if you're coming to the Milan Games Week, let's say hi. And I see that you're coming Saturday, Friday and Saturday. Come say hi. Up the pumps. Thank you so much for the 15 months. Thank you so much for the prize. Thank you so much. Appreciation. Whenever you want for G to not do something, just overwhelm her with emotions. Shut up. Shut up, Korpa. Don't you fucking dare. Don't you dare. We already did enough today for my emotions. Too much. Too much. This was written for Arya, and these are all mantras okay, I actually read them through. What I need you to do for these ones, these are mantras that will remind you that life is happening in this moment. But to be honest, this one is a bit of a crappy one. It feels like Tumblr description, or like this things that you can put under your they're really bad. Really, really bad. But we can make it a game out of it. So what we can do is, I need you for each one I put, for each mantra that I say, I need you to put the specific emote that you think it's perfect for it. You know, like I say a mantra and you put the emote. Is that okay? Can this be a something? Okay, you got it? Okay. First one. All that exists is what's in front of me. What is the emote that you relate to? Oh, Dr. Octavius. Doctor. Thank you for the 400 piece. I got super excited. What the fuck? I thought it was the sound from Lord of the Rings. Okay. Well, yeah, let me also turn on the poll in the meantime, so you also have that one. No. No Lord of the Rings, we already had it. Okay, you can vote again. Second. Potential unrealized becomes pain. What is the emote for this one? What is the emote for this one? But it doesn't have to be like, oh my god. It has to be like something.
That cemetery up the road. People are dying to get in there.
Oh. If you're a VIP or tier 3, you can also do GIF. You can do the GIF that it's like what picture you would put in front of this, on top of this quote. The only way to be extraordinary depends on what I do with the ordinary. The word was... Did you pay the imps? Oh yeah. Number 4. And this is so relatable. This is little by little. Remember, chat, little by little. 5th one. All we ever have is now. If I had the life I wanted, What would today look like? I know I make them worse. I know. Maceri e resti, maceri e resti. Oh my god. If I had the love I wanted, what would today look like? Start where you are, use what you have, do what you can. These are so bad. Arya, you choose the worst one, I swear. What are the most important things that must happen today? This is actually true. Like, what are the most important things that must happen today, chat? What is it? This is not a mantra. What the fuck is this? My life consists of my days. What am I doing with this one? Crying out loud. What would my most fully realized self do with today? What these are not mantras, stupid book. These are not mantras. Am I truly doing the best I can right now? Yeah, thank you for the anxiety. Thank you. Fuck you. If I didn't feel tired, what would I do today? I blew Mike. Shut up. Shut up. Be where your feet are. Oh, I think kakanta sa yung 15, and this one, chat, this one is amazing. This one is beautiful, right? 15. I am here. What the fuck is... Arya, this one was so bad. Arya, these were really, really bad. These are really, really bad. I think that you picked the worst one we ever had, Ari. Sounds more like a Bish motivation. Sounds more like a Kieran motivation book. Instead of me, there are two demons that always fight. But it's a war between loser. I don't care. What? My voice sounded blonde. You're reading mantra in sexy. That was not a sexy... Doctor, that was not a sexy voice. That was a Karen voice. No, doctor. I don't think I can... I don't think I know how to do a sexy voice. I would laugh in between. Thank you for sponsoring this amazing break, Arya. Appreciate you. I'm here. Why? Where the fuck else could I be? Oh my goodness. Should we do the next ones? Should we do it in like ASMR? By the way, hi Vicky, hello. Did you had lunch? I'm saying hi to the people and watching this on TikTok. Hello TikTokers. Hi, how are y'all doing? So if you haven't get water, go get yourself water now because... Oh, but if you're in TikTok, you're not seeing the best content, which is a cam with Peta right over here. We're listening to... Oh my god, we're listening to Animal Crossing. Yeah! Oh! I do have a bop for Animal Crossing. What is Why is it a podcast? Wait. Animal Crossing music with soft rain. Okay, we're gonna go for this one, I guess. Let me hear if it's good. It's actually a podcast. I don't know. How good is this? This is nice! With some rain. Do we like it? Wait, you don't hear it. Sounds nice, right? But before this one, I have another one. No, maybe not. Maybe it's a little bit too... Maybe a little bit too... Before that one, I have this one. Okay, enjoy. I'll check in with you in 45 minutes. Be good, everyone. Bye. Hello. Welcome to the break. How are y'all doing? How is it going? How is this one? How is this one with Animal Crossing? While also having a cam on Pera. So happy he's still here. Oh, you yawning? Come a little bit closer. Come a little closer. Echo. There we go. Nice. So, go back to sleep. Go back to sleep. Don't be distracted. Sleep tight. Pero come something pushing me through this FOMO. Holy shit. Oh. I am currently working on the trivia. I am filling the questions for the trivia. So if you want to join, I think that I already have all the people that I need for this trivia. And I don't know if I will ever do it again, right? Because it's my very first time trying it. So I'm gonna figure it out if I am comfortable doing it, if you like it and all of that. And if we do like it, I'm gonna do it other times. But for sure I already have people for today. But if you wanna already put in your name in the form, go for it. My own words. Shut up. But how are you? How is this focus for today? How is this focus for today? By the way, while if you have any place with a camping in the north of Italy that you know, please send me a DM about it. I would love to know, especially like if you are a person that goes camping, all right? Because I'd love to go for our celebration of 1100. I would love to go camping. I don't know if by myself or maybe with other people. I think that would be fun. I might participate in modding. Oh, yeah, you want to moderate? See you later, Dominic. See you later. Farco Sempia. What? No. Camping during winter. Yes, I am sure. I am very much sure. That's why I would love to go to a place that it's cold, like all of that, so we can, you know. I don't want to go too late. I want to go like now in the next, maybe 1st of December, you know, that period. Thank you for appreciating my hair. Sorry, I will stop scratching myself. She was looking at me very angry. Very, very angry. Sorry, Mochi. Sorry. Yeah, people. Let me make this a really interesting stream. There we go. I'm so sorry. So sorry for stealing the spotlight. Finally. Pera, you're being watched. How are you feeling, Pera, by being watched? Let's go ski. It would be lovely to also go ski, but the point is, like, I cannot stream skiing, right? I don't think I can stream skiing. Sorry, chat. Pera needs a little bit of her, you know, freedom so she can nap. Use a GoPro while skiing? Cami, first of all, I would have to buy a GoPro. Second of all, I would have to find a way to connect the GoPro to the computer. A pain. A pain. Yeah, Whiskey, we are on the front page of Italy. If I get... Listen, chat. You know that every single penny that I get from here, I try to reuse it for, like, the content. So I will be trying my best in the future to have, like, one of those cool cameras to go, like, to actually, like, stream, you know? Maybe I can find a way. Let's buy a GoPro. I don't think that would be worth it, you know? There's a lot of, like, in real life streamers that don't use a GoPro. They just have, like, the backpack and all of that. Plus, if you go skiing, there's no connection, right? There is no connection. I wanted to have your input about the trivia. Go play rugby. Oh my god, I wish. I wanted to have your input about the... Sorry, I didn't want to take away spotlight from Pera. I wanted to have your input about the trivia. I was thinking about... Okay, we will have 8 players, 6 categories. Each player has 3 lives. 3 lives. If you do 3 mistakes, you're out. You become a Dumbo. As category, I have math, history, pop culture, geography, science and nature. And the last one, I'm thinking logic because I don't want to do sports because I don't like it. I don't want it. I don't want it to be sports. And so I don't know what to put. I don't know what else to put. What do you think it would be another cool category for questions? Music. I would put it in pop culture. I put music. I would put music in pop culture. You know. Do sports without football, but it's still boring. Do I need help with geography questions? Just finding them on the internet. Gaming, I thought it was going to be in pop culture. Food. Food. Instead of logic or with logic? Do we like logic? Or is it like logic could be in math? I can be math and logic. Can we stop making fun? Can we stop making fun? Math and logic, I would say. By the way, as you know, we will have the players on stream, but I'll give you chat. Food instead of logic. Food. I'll give you chat the power of choosing the. Can we give G some space? Hi Prismo. Hello, hi Prismino. I'll give you chat and Twitch the power of selecting what category they're gonna be playing next. So you will have the poll. You decide the category. And then they play the specific category that you decided. Food and beverage. I would say. 18. Okay. That's it. That's if you want to do it already, if you here like be in front of the poll, there should be like some like 3 squares. If you want to do it already, you can get the extension quiz kit. So on Sunday you're already done. On Sunday you're ready to go for the game. You don't have to download anything back like then, all right? Just don't get that one. Get that thing, all right? Name of cocktails, that is difficult. Not name of cocktails, but it could be like what alcohol do you put in this cocktail or something like that. I don't know. We'll see. It's gonna be fun. It's gonna be fun because I'm trying to put together all people with different nationalities. So it's gonna be very fun, I guess. Hi Ila, hello. Anyway. You didn't understand anything of what you have to do? Nothing. Oh, you didn't like if you look up here, there are some squares, right? There is one of them that it says quiz kit. Click on it and see if they tell you something to do. You know, if you have to like download an extension or something like that. Anyway, shall we go for the next tomato? What music did you choose? Oh, we're gonna go jazz. Ooh, let's go jazz. Yeah, no, jazzaza. Okay. Let's go for this fancy one. Hi, Rose. Yeah, Ila, it's fucking crazy today. I don't know. Shall we go? Should just work. It did in the test. Should just work. Oh, you don't have to like. Doesn't need to be manually installed. But no, you need. Don't you have to JJ? Don't you have to like at least like do like a login or something, or like accept something? Anyway, I'll send you a picture in Discord so you see what I'm talking about. I'll talk to you all later, people. Let's go back to being productive. Didn't during the test. Oh, that's nice. Maybe you were already checked in because someone was saying that. I took it off with BTTV. Oh, you need to allow the extension. Just give permission. Just give permission. That's the thing. That's what you have to do. Anyway, I'll check in with you in 45 minutes. Okay? Be good, everyone. Bye. Hello. Welcome back to the break. Hello, hello. How are you doing? How is it going? Yeah, Pera has a camera only for her now. Welcome back, welcome back. This is a crazy day. I have been decently productive, I have to say. Like, decently productive. Wait, do I have a meeting later at 5:30? It's fine. I have time to go also to the gym. We already did 4 tomatoes? Nice. We still have 3 more. Nice, nice. Session was really good. How about you? How about yours? Oh, you washed the dishes? That's a lot. Ah. Go for it, Eric. Go for it. So many tomatoes today. Yeah, yeah. Free speech to text app. Can type. Oh, Ray. I'm sure that if you use Google Docs, there is like already integrated for that. Sfutite, why are you being mean to people for no reason? What would you like to listen to? During the tomato. Productive or blue? How come I say blue? What's happening? What's going on? By the way, I'm working on the quiz. I'm very, very, very excited for the trivia. Very. So Sunday we will have Stardew, of course. All right. Sunday we will have quiz. Right? That's how you say it in English, right? Simo, yeah, I'm working on the quiz, so I'm working on the format for this Sunday. I'm working on that one. I'm working on the ice skate trip also. Not really. I should do that. I should also like figure that out, right? But it's more about like I'll be there, and if someone wants to join, they can join. I think that I'm gonna post, like, it's happening for sure, like around 2 p.m. All right, and the ice skating place, it's in Arsenale di Verona. I don't know if you know it. So I'm gonna go there for like I'm gonna be there like around 2 p.m. So if you wanna join, I'll definitely put a story saying like I am going there right now for sure the same day in the morning. So you don't need nothing else, right? Just a bit tired. That's fine, Lane. It's fine. Just take it slowly, alright? Around 3 p.m. It's gonna be 2. It's Warzone 2.0 launch day. Oh, enjoy the Dr. Octavius. Thank you so fucking. Chat, can you please say bye-bye to Dr. Octavius, and especially a good luck on their games for today? Can we have 10 minutes break again? Then we have to do 50 minutes. Hi, Chab. Welcome in. I'm not using Ani Pomodoro app personally, but the community is using Forest if you want to join us on that one. That is the code. Dr. Octavius, enjoy the rest of your day. Thank you so much again for the crazy day of today. Thank you for the 69 that you dropped in, for real. Chab, if you do exclamation mark Lang, you get to know all the ones that I can speak. But I'm working on the trivia mods. I'm gonna soon send you like some of the questions that I am planning to do. I need you to tell me if they're like too difficult. I don't think they're difficult, but I just want to have like a little heads up from you. I think that I need you like to tell me those things, you know. Especially the logic one. To me, that I don't want to brag, but to me they're kind of simple, but maybe they're not, you know. Shifted a second job that no worries. No worries, Eduardo. I appreciate you also for the thought. We're gonna have other occasions for sure. Flex, there I go. I was not trying to flex. It's like some people. Yes, je parle français un petit peu. Tu peux parler français, Chab? Tu es française? What was I going to say? I was going to say something I forgot. Have people been selected for the trivia stream yet? No, not yet. Like I have to send because like I have to figure it out because there's a friend of mine who wants to be a content creator, and I would love him to be there so you can also know about him. It's an amazing person, but he has to tell me today, so he hasn't told me yet. As soon as he tells me, I'm just gonna ask people. Something about the questions. Oh, the questions are team. Oh, they're gonna be Bortoloni. I was just saying that there are different categories. There's gonna be 6 categories. It's gonna be math, pop culture, history, geography, nature, and something else, and others like that. And the chat will decide the category. Chat has the power to decide the category. It's gonna be fun because there's people that are very, very young that never went to uni, and then there's people that are super smart that they've been like, oh my god, tech stuff, blah blah blah, and then it's gonna be like with different backgrounds. So I'm very, very curious to know what is gonna come out of it. I'm really, really curious. I am on the side of the people that didn't go to school, for sure, for sure. Witness, not much for this one. I should maybe put more. Fuga, I usually do around 6 to 7 hours. It depends on like the goals. Like today we got to the goals, so we have 7 tomatoes. Take logic ones from the medicine, and oh no, those are way too difficult, Gigino. Those are way too difficult. I'm making them easy, way easier. I need it to be like a fun game, not like a fucking stress point. Why is the Peracam always going on and off with the light? Can we please have a decent, always stable? I'm so, you have no idea how happy I am that Pera is still here. Sunday is gonna be around 2 p.m. Around 2 p.m. They're not so much difficult, trust me. I know, but still, they will have like maximum 1 minute to answer, and in medicine 1 you still need a little bit, right? Because I found out your account yesterday, and you actually, Fulga, happy to have you here. What is doggo? I have no idea. Most probably on my parents' bed, where he's not allowed to be, but still. ¿Puedo hablar un poquito de español? ¿Qué quieres que decir? Digo. ¿Qué digo? Sí. But like, I would love to have your input. Digos? I don't know. But I would love to have your input this Sunday on how you feel about it, so then we can decide if we are doing it another time. How I get your own emotes. My emotes, it's with a sub. If you subscribe, you get the emotes. When you can, please, Uncle needs that just a bit too much. Hola, Carlo, ¿cómo estás? Eres tú a trabajo, no? How do you say office? How do you say office in Spanish? Oficina, fuck, you're right, it's oficina. It's like the mechanic oficina in Italian, but it's not oficina. Carlo, ¿estás a la oficina? It's not Tigos, I know that it's not Tigos. No, Natalie, appreciate you for that. Appreciate you. I don't have an oh, it's fine. No, don't get Gladdy, it's completely fine. It's useless to have the sub, to have the emotes. It's fine. Don't worry at all, okay? It's completely fine. Exclamation mark lang to know how many languages stop putting Pera in the darkness. Give me light for Pera. Light for Pera. Give Pera light. Poor Pera. I'm in the lab. I'm baking some stew. Ooh, are you cooking something? Nice. Dumbo's quiz? I'm gonna say it today. So today I will send messages. Like if by the end of today you do not receive a message from me, it means that you were not selected for the thing. And it's not like because I'm never gonna select you. It's maybe because there was someone else with your same nationality that asked before you. So I usually go for that. I want to have like variety of nationality, so it's funnier. Like it's, I don't know, it's cool. Or someone asked before you. No, it's fine. I just still want to explain. Of course. We won't let you know. Oh shit. Okay, people, I'll check in with you in 45 minutes. Okay. Be good, everyone. Bye. the break. I just got to know that another person is coming for the Dumbo's quiz, the Dumbo's trivia. I am Twitch police mod check. Wait, what? Where is the Twitch police? Where is it? Hi, Jose. Hi, how are you doing? What's going on? Do we have some snitches in chat? I'm joking, we love you. If you're working for Twitch, we love you. Oh! Ashkelon, I fucking love you. Ashkelon, I freaking love you. So I received something today. Some of you are gonna be, oh my god, some of you are gonna be, oh no. No boobas? Let me just improve the, so we can see a little bit more. I received something. Tattoos, hell yeah, you already know. Look at what what is it? Wait, what the? It's more than it was before. How many did they send me? No, there should be like... Oh, did they put one in each box? Lane girl, you look beautiful. Perfect, because you're being hydrated and being focused. I got the new tattoos. I got the new ones, chat. I got the new tattoos for the... Oh my god, I'm very excited. Oh my god. Okay. Let me show them to you. Alright? You can vote, by the way, for the music. You can already vote. So we have tattoo number 1. Look at this one. This is fucking cool. Because I'm going to the Milan Games Week. I'm going for like, as the new vibe is like emo skater weeb. Alright? That's the kind of thing. Yeah, Shenron. Yes. No, wait. This is the one from the... No, that is not the Drago Shenron. No, it is not. It's the one from the Enchanted House. Right? From Miyazaki. We will have a stream where we will figure it out where I'm gonna put all of these. So we have this one. Then we... Oh, by the way, if you wanna get them too, we finally have the link ink box. That's where you can also get the same, like not the same, but other tattoos. You can use that link over there. Then we have this one. You already know where I want to put this one. Wait. All right, this one, nice. These are like tattoos, like the ones that I had before. They look like real and they stay up for 2 weeks. Then we have, I don't remember actually which ones I got. Oh, this one it's cute. Hi, nice. This one. Nice. Oh, they gave me, I swear, they could have also just sent me one like in just one, but it's... Then we have this one. This a little bit, a bit like, oh my god. Wait, is it, what? No, this is the right way. It's like more like, No, they are like, the more you get, the cheaper they get, And these are really cool, like if you want to have, what, do you want to pass by, Floyd? Or no, don't pass by. Then we have the last one. Oh, about this one. Well, I'm just gonna show it to you. That's... these are the ones that I got. Retroarch, welcome back. Yeah, so these are the tattoos that I'm gonna soon get. Yeah, they're fucking beautiful, to be honest. Maybe I should have got again the sword, but I wanted to change a little. Best of one, thank you. Face it, no face tattoo. Well, I'm very excited for these ones. Oh my god, they sent me all of these in different ones. I really like the packages. Water resistant lasts between 1 and 2 weeks. The ones that I had before, that's what the ones that you can. Where is that one gonna go? I was thinking on the thigh. So I was thinking about the long one again on the neck because I really like the ones on the neck. Then I was thinking the one on the skate, maybe on the arm, and then the lady, or maybe the lady on the arm. But it feels like maybe on the arm is gonna go the one on the thigh, like that one with the heart on the thigh. And then I feel because I think that they never thought about the one in the neck. Then there is the one with the hands again. I think on the arm or something. And then we have the dragon. I'm gonna have it like on the other arm. I'm very excited. I'm very excited. I really want to try this one because you know that I really like the lines. They're really cool. Do you think you have a neck tattoo? If I'll have a real one, I don't think so. Then hands on the neck because your head is alive but your heart is dead. Okay. Oh, okay. Oh, all right. It's fine, I guess. I'm okay. I'm okay. I'm not hurt. I'm not hurt inside. It's fine. No worries. Shit. Shit, that hurts. Don't cry again, please. I'll try after you said that I'm dead in my heart. Which is true, but you didn't have to be so harsh, you know? Oh, goodness. No cry, no cry. Baby. Just because Peta is here, I'm not gonna cry just because she's here. You know? They don't make tattoo on hands or neck if you have not the rest of the body. Yeah, no, of course, that makes sense, Meta. That makes completely sense. For the moth tattoo, we will never see that. It's tattoo, yeah. Did I lose my hand now? Oh, you're so cute. You're the cutest. I love that she's being like my assistant. No, don't go away. I love that she's being my assistant because she's staying on a chair. No. Stay here. Don't go away. Don't go away. I'm gonna cry if you leave. I just said that I'm not crying just because you are here. Please don't leave. Don't. Stay here. Stay here, Vera. Don't go. Maybe next year I just choose to do for my heart. My heart is broken. Oh, my heart is broken. Okay, now I can cry. But it's not here anymore. I can cry. Nice. And now we cry. Let's go. What are we gonna listen? Oh, we're gonna listen to beats. Perfect, I would say. I always trick you, but this playlist is actually called Sad Beats. Sad emotional beats to cry to. Be ready. Crying as we speak, no knife, no. People, I'll check in with you after this very beautiful new video on habits of Breaking Bad. Wait, what? No. People, I'll check in with you in 45 minutes. Let me know how you feel about after this one, alright? Bye. Hello, Dambos. What the fuck? We are 80 subs? Fuck. Hello. How did you like these sick beats? They're nice, right? They are nice. How did you feel about it? No lo escuché? What do you mean no lo escuché? Shall we start with all the music again? Lord. I got you with all of them. I have nothing against Stardew. What did I say? You were crying? What do you mean you were crying? No, don't be crying. It's okay. Chat, I'm trying so hard to like do the voiceover, the realistic day with me, because people are always like, oh my god, your day looks so perfect. Oh my god. It's a fucking mess. I swear, it's a fucking mess. Wait, I need to turn this one on, I think. No, I have to turn this one off. There we go. You got to swim? Enjoy your swim! Enjoy that. And for everyone who's watching this from TikTok, I hope you're still doing good. I hope you're doing alright. Hi, Vino. Thank you so much for the likes. I appreciate you if you share, like, or anything like that. Did you get water? Did you have water? And I have a question. I'm very much of a baby. You know it already. I'm a baby, a spoiled baby. Did you have fruit? Did you have fruit today or like in the last week? Nope. Linger, I wrote to you. I wrote to you on Discord, didn't I? Did I wrote to the wrong person? Are you Santa? Okay, I'm working on the last edits of the VOD with Joffrey also. I'm very excited for that one too. Mandarins are good in winter? Oh, hell yeah they are. Hell yeah they are. Oh, the clementine, they go. Davide, I'm from Veneto. Where are you from? Don't freak out, don't freak out. Don't worry, don't worry. It's all good. There's the people that are helping me with the podcast they're constantly messaging me like to remind me that I have to do the things for the podcast. I'm eating fruit, apple, mandarins, if that's how you call it. The small oranges, I don't know how to call it. And blueberries. What are you trying? Are you doing a podcast? Yes, I told you already. Like, I want to do like a Pomo podcast. So if you have problems with... Wrong goal! Wrong goal! Ronco, thank you so much. Thank you so much for the prime. Welcome, Enter! We are on the 9 squared subs today. Appreciate you so much. Welcome in, Ronco. Happy to be here for the first time. You thought it was a platonic sub project? Same, but then I asked people to make me accountable about it, and that's the very first message. Ronco, thank you so much for that. Thank you for the prime. I think with my mindful whatever I want, Jake. I'm gonna talk Minchia, grazie Davide. Appreciate you for that. Stop being mad because I talk with my mouth full. Shut up. We have 7 minutes. I have 5 minutes. The government is lying to you. El gobierno te mientes. Arigato. Sorry, my brain is going scattered. My brain is scattered. Please tell me that at least one person understood what I'm talking about. Please tell me that at least one person understood what I was talking about. Please. Tennis there? Shut up, Kami. Shut up. Your favorite meme same. Please type 1 in chat if you understood what I was talking about. Type 0 if you didn't. Oh, no, don't do it. Don't do it. You're gonna scam. We're gonna scam this one. Don't do it. You're gonna scam the ball. So don't type 1. Don't type 1. My bad. Don't do it. Tengo segundos. Okay, wait. Tengo 5 segundos para hablar. ¿Qué quieres que te diga? Golpear, no te mentes. ¡Ay! ¡Achimín! ¡Arigato! Atsu, thank you so much. Oh my god, if you have never seen it, oh my god. We need, tengo 5 segundos para hablar. ¿Qué quieres que te diga? I have to show it to you. ¡Ayuda! Wait, I need you to see this.
Tengo 5 segundos para hablar.
Wait. You have to see it. You have to see it. Okay.
Tengo 5 segundos para hablar. ¿Qué quieres que te diga? El gobierno te miente. Te roba todo el dinero, los impuestos y todo el pedo.
I'm sorry, but that is... No, what is this? I'm sorry, but that is... Oh my god, it is... How can you not know that one? How don't you know that one? Tengo segundos. El gobierno te miente. Él te roba el dinero. I'm sorry. It's just hilarious. It's just something very stupid. I look into G's brain. Aria, you knew that one, right? It's an alert in Jewish lives. Yeah, I know. It says that the government lies to you. Yeah, I know, and that the government is stealing your money. Oh my god, I'm so sorry. Oh my goodness. Now you still don't know it? You still did not understand what was that? Oh my god. Oh, we're gonna go for the last one with Organic House? Well, we can say G's a funny... Thank you, Cherky. Oh my god. You didn't have to. Oh, so thank you. Yes, I am funny. Thank you. We still have one more promo. True. People, I'm sorry. My brain is going... because of this, you know. I am very divertida. Oh, Ming! Thank you so much. Have a nice, beautiful day. Thank you for being so sweet. You don't... Of course I know the Onicha song. Of course. Why is everyone voting wrong? Everyone's voting very well. I think the people need a little bit of power today. No, you! People, I'll check in with you in 45 minutes, okay? Let's get with some Organic House again. I'll check in with you later, right? Be good, everyone. Bye. Hello. Welcome back. How are y'all doing? How is it going? Hi, peeps. How is this focus for you all? We made it through today. Very, very proud, by the way. I love this music. Hi, Tannen. Hi. Sì che parla italiano, Michele. Michele, ciao. Achille. Hello. What is that iPad? This iPad is, if you do exclamation mark iPad, you get to know what that is. Wait, I'm just trying to see if I fucked it up, I think. Did I? Ah, I have to change it. Wait. How do I? Okay. Wait, I have to check if I... Did I send the wrong link? Okay. Oh. Okay, now I sent the right link. So, how was it? Oh, 我很好，真的了，你呢? Why did I learn? Sugo, I'm not the best. Like, my grammar is not that good. It's a matter of, like, not being scared of making a fool out of yourself, you know? What did I study? I had a meeting about something that maybe you will know more in the future. We will see. But I'll let you know. I don't know. We will see. We will see. My playlist is not available to download, but it's like, it's on Spotify. Who am I talking to? To you. Why maybe? We'll see. We'll see how it will turn out. Watching who? Watching Prime? Oh yeah, people. Have you checked the video? Italiano, inglese, spagnolo, anche qualche altra lingua. Yeah. I know those ones. Have you seen the video now? Have you seen it? I'm looking sideways. You good? Today I worked on the trivia thing. Let me check on the things. I worked on the trivia. I finished to edit some clips. I did the voiceover over a video. I organized more for the trivia. I answered to a bunch of emails. I had a meeting about stuff, and that's it. That's it, I think, for today. It's the second best thing I've found in here. It's so good. Am I the first one, Kotpa? No, I know you're gonna say pera. You're too predictable. You're going to the gym? Enjoy your gym. I am also supposed to go to the gym. My gym buds are betraying me and they're going to another gym today. If you are from Verona, DM me. We go to the gym together, alright? That's it. Why are you sad? Just so hope. What's going on? 1 a.m. party? No. Oh, the 1 a.m. Wait, what? You're hungry, but why you cannot eat? What's happening? Why you cannot? Sure. Meta, you just join me at the gym. You're not. Like when I asked you the last time, you were like, "It's too late." What part? Oh, the one for the check-in. My day is going very well, Dumba. How is your day going? Mentally exhausting. Holy shit. Take good rests, alright? Is my job public? Yeah, do exclamation mark job and you get to know what I do. Because I spent 7k for the spin. Wait. You spent 5k on the wheel? I didn't do it? Are you sure? Because I have training less than 2 hours. Oh, those are fake stuff. Just get a little bit, like some nuts. Those give you a lot of energy and, they don't make you puke. Illegal check-in party? Shit. So if if you're coming to the trivia, I should have sent you like a message today. So Sunday we're gonna have that trivia with everyone. Coconut milk obtained from monkey labor? What? The problem is, when do I go to the gym? I will go to the gym like in 30 minutes. Oh. Are you still working? Will we get a briefing before we start? Oh yeah, I'm gonna explain to everyone the rules. I'm gonna explain everyone the rules. I think Discord, I should have wrote to people on Discord. If I didn't contact you, most probably you're gonna come the next time if I will ever do it again. Oh, Dominic, proud of you. Proud of you. I'm not studying anymore, David. I'm actually working. I choose the worst time for the gym. Man, that's the time that I have. What do you mean I choose the worst time? Hi, Kappa. Kappa, I have no fucking clue. I also don't know. Oh, we are at 11111. What the fuck? When did that happen? When did that happen? People will find more about the ice skating. I already said it. Like, if you want to come ice skating on Saturday 19 in real life, in person, you can. You're free to come in Verona. I'm not sure at what time. It should be around 2 p.m. But I'll tell you on Instagram for sure. That's a good way. Oh my god, I was scared it was the box. That's a good way for telling you to follow me on Instagram. Nice. Nice. There we go. Thank you, Pijamona. Appreciate you for appreciating my hair. That's where you can find more. And you're taking away time from ranking on Valo. No, I will be ranking on Valo when I come back from the gym. I usually play better than when I go to the gym. You know, like, yeah, that's what brought Aria and I to gold, I think. So I have to go back. Since I haven't been going to the gym, we're not being ranking up, so I need to go. I will be also streaming the ice skating. Of course, I will also be streaming the ice skating. Oh, I'm sorry, Domba. Of course, I'm also gonna be streaming that, alright? I go to the gym in the morning, but I prefer going on my own. But yeah, going with a buddy is a good when you are lazy. Yes, I agree, Dominic. I agree. The live start, yes, at 11 a.m. I start usually every morning at 11 a.m. Why I don't talk in Italian? Fra, I don't talk in Italian in this stream because when I started, I was working in English and I was studying in English. So it came automatic to just talk in English. And I never changed back to Italian because, like, the community is international now. Why should I change to Italian since Italians can also speak English? You know, it's like that. I don't want to exclude anyone. Are right now? Go to the gym! Yes, for real, for real. You just came for the gym? From the gym, I need to go. I really need to go. But the people are not coming anymore. One person is definitely not coming. No. No. Should I go to the one that... Should I go to the same one that they are going to? No, no, Davide, never. It's... I swear to you, the best thing that you can do to talk a better English is just talk and don't be scared about it. Go with them. Why not? Because they're going to one where there is a very sketchy parking. Oh, I cannot even go. I cannot go in. No. I cannot go there because I don't have parking there. No, Meta. We go gym. We go gym. We go gym, not aperitivo. Yeah, I cannot go actually because... Saj. Sketchy park is a no. Yeah, I know, I agree. It's not sketchy like scary. It's more like sketchy, like I have to do a lot of like like it's more like that. It's more like that than you have no clothes on you. It's... Excuses. Next time, take it. Right. Are you studying? I'm working da Rufino, I'm working. Considerando che tu parli molto bene, sto facendo British che ti seguono. I don't have, there's not many British watching me, but It's already enough. The fact that you're understanding. Chat, if you want to practice your English, as I say, you have to practice your English. You can join us on Discord. There's a huge international community on Discord where a lot of people. And on Sunday morning, we're trying to have talks. So like on Sunday morning, you just join and we chit chat about stuff in English. For free, no need to sub, no need to do nothing. Just get in, all right? Didn't you say that people in Verona are dangerous while driving? No. In Italian alphabet, use the ñ. No, we don't. We have GN that does the same sound, but it's ñ. Huh? He's telling me how to get to the parking without having problems. Complicated. Complicated. I am working remotely. Wait, oh, my phone is almost dead. I need to charge this and the earbuds in order to go to the thing. I would join, but I'm introvert, so I think I'm gonna pass on that. Wait, what? No, Kappa, you from Verona? Kappa, you from Verona? Hi, Liro. Hello. Kappa, you from Verona? Welcome back, Rising. How are you doing? How is it going? Okay. About the Sundays? Oh, you're talking about the trivia. Okay. I get it. I do forget to charge the device. Like, for example, the mouse. I forget to charge many things. No AirPods, no gym with the... No. No AirPods, no gym. This is my friend answering. Is he coming to the gym? He's saying, today I'm skipping. Yeah. I didn't check on him in the last 2 days. He definitely skipped also the other days. For sure. Oh, Leroy, thank you for the likes on TikTok. I appreciate you. So much for that. What did he send me? He's skipping because he has to install a dryer. What a bullshit excuse. What a bullshit. Let's just skip and play a Momo. No, Zeko. No. I don't want to get toxic, so the best way to not get toxic is to go to the gym, let all the toxicity out, so then you play better, you know? What is this? What did he send me? He said like, I swear from tomorrow, maximum Friday, I'm gonna go regularly. Bro, the last famous words. Buy a wireless charger? I don't understand a wireless charger. Like, I will still forget. What a nice excuse. Wait, let me charge my phone in the meantime, since I can. Hi, Akil. I have 4 gym buddies and they're all scamming me right now. One is in Milan. One is gonna stay home for like the dryer. Another one... and I'm scared. Why are you scared of the gym? Another one is not even like... another one is not even like... how do you say? Subscribed to the gym. He just came once. Maybe they're never coming back. Another one. Please. Another one. You're scared of me? Shut up. Another one is not. One is in Milan. One is not. Doesn't have the. Wait, I'm confused. I'm missing someone. One is a dryer. One is in Milan. One is not subscribed. One is going to a different gym. I might gonna go to the other gym, since it's the only place where there is someone. I might just gonna go to the other one, you know. So at least I have someone to go to. Are those people real? I promise miss the audio. Come at your gym? Where is your gym? Torcicolo, I think training not a good at... Oh, shut up. You're always finding excuses. Those are nice excuses. If you have a problem with your neck, you can just do legs. Excuses. Oh! Leroy! Shit! Shit! Thank you for the 20 roses on TikTok. What the fuck happened? I don't know. I have to find... I have to research what that means. But thank you for the 20 roses. I appreciate you. Meta will ice skate this Saturday though. Fair. Yeah, I agree, David. I agree. Can I do a 120 deadlift of McFit without getting kicked out? Yes. Yes. Why should you be kicked out? By the way, flexing real quick. Sorry. Can I do a 120 deadlift at the McFit without, you know, like, sorry if I'm too cool. Sorry for the flex. The fuck? No, Evan, it's not offensive. It's just I don't like compliments. Just why you cannot? If you know how to do it, then every gym should allow you to. Anyway, I need to go to the... Okay. Where is the ice skating taking part? Do you have some outdoor ice skating in Verona? Yes, we will have it. On the 18th, they should be putting that ice skate out. At least that's what I researched. If the research is wrong, it's not my fault. Right? It's too loud when the barbell touches the floor. What kind of gym are you going to? What kind of stupid gym are you going to? Okay. Chat, let me send you to... I don't know if we already did this raid already. I don't remember. Still, we're gonna go here because the last time, like yesterday, I did... I flamed them without meaning to. So like I entered into their stream. They had like a big thing saying defeat and I wrote NT. And then it was the game that... It was the game that he like got him out of Radiant. And I feel very, very guilty. I feel extremely guilty. So just share love. Please tell them that I'm not so bad, that I really didn't mean to be mean. I actually mean it like a meme. I didn't know it was the ranking. So just share good vibes, please. I feel shit. Anyway, chat, I super appreciate you for being here today. If you're watching this from TikTok, remember to double tap the screen, like, and go check the last videos. I don't know, whatever that like you can do on TikTok. I'll see you tomorrow. TikTok. Enjoy the rest of your day. Bye. And from everyone here on Twitch, I love you so much. I hope you will have a beautiful day, beautiful night. Try to get at least some water. All right. Rest as much as you can. All right. Be good, everyone. Okay. Be good. Oh, go watch the video on YouTube. Don't be dumb. Go watch the video on YouTube. Go check it out. I love you. Bye. Bye-bye. Bye-bye. Bye.